Okay. Let's have a look. We run this program and should draw two axes through this point here. And it doesn't. Why not? But I made one change, so before it, this value was also printed here, which is of course nonsensical. So if we multiply this from the left with this, the centered short circuits with this centered here, and then we end up with whatever this was in pixel coordinates. Let's see if I can do that manually. So you have to think of one after this, and then we multiply this column with that row. Mine is 0.12344. Hello, big smoke. That I have only 4 fours, 6 fours. Times 225 plus 0 times that plus 300. That is 200. That would be that one. Yeah. So this times that plus 300, or 1 times 300. And the other one is then, of course, 0 times this, 225 times that one, plus 225 is 175. Yay. Anyway, why is it not drawing my lines? Well, let's just print the pixels. Display line. So this is drawing the line. Hopefully I can just print the math lines. And then, well, let's begin with printing what is the result here. I suppose this already has its own debug output. I could turn that on. Yeah. Calling draw x1, comma y1, comma x2, comma y2. Cannot print it. Okay. Well, I doubt that would ever write anything. Any class that cannot be printed, but you never know. Let's quickly investigate that. So we have a math line. Okay, window, draw line, math line. Indeed, it cannot be printed. Well, maybe it's in debug OStream operators. Let's see what we have there. Math. There is no debug OStream operators. No. Oh, okay. Don't tell me I can also not print a point. No point. Yeah, point can be printed. At least support. And direction. No, I never tried it. Direction can be printed as well. Yeah. It feels like it's just missing. I don't have a line. No, I do have a line.cxx. Let's just add it. Maybe someone else wants to print a line as well in debug output. So I just steal the code from point and I add that stuff to a line. Meaning that if debug is defined, we need to include this header. Which already is done because we include point. And this must be added, but that's also added. It means just added to the namespace. So we already have this here also. And then the only thing that is missing here is this print on member, which then must be added to the .cxx file. But add it to the bottom. Yeah, it's just a line, of course. Line member function. And we have the members point and direction. So I'm just gonna print the way I usually do that, point without the underscore, immediately followed by the member. And just a comma, right? Yeah, direction. With parentheses around it. Let's use that because it's a structure class. Okay, entering display line. So it doesn't say which coordinates they are, but this is a math line now, and those are they should be in pixels. So it should be a line that goes through 200, 175. Which, what the hell is this direction? This is not even a unity vector. Maybe it is actually, so slightly less than 1. But it's a pretty random direction. Okay, in pixels, this is that point. 200, 200 and then 175 down. So that looks good. And the direction should be just pointing straight up or that direction. This really should have been 1, 0 or something like that. But again, I don't care what the direction is, because at least I want there should be something visible. Nothing is visible. And then we're drawing a line from 0. Because x is 0, I guess. 92. So that would be somewhere here. To 600. 339.7. Now 600 is over there. And 337 is, I guess, over here. So there should be a line going from here through this point over there. The direction being wrong. But yeah, this is not outside the window or anything. So why is this not visible? And then the other line is 112. That would be somewhere here. 0 to 300, 450. So a line like this. What the hell is that not visible? We end up doing something like this. Let's see, this must be the constructor of a draw line. Some plot line. This is the draw line. That is just, should be going through x1, y1 and x2, y2. Totally draw line. And in pixels. Pretty sure about that. And then that is the end of make shared, right? Yeah. No, the star. Oh, the star is passed separately. So yes. It's not true. The style is passed here as well. The draw line must be constructed using a style. Let's do a line style here. Let me get the exact type of line style. So that's probably a draw line style then. Line style itself, yeah, it's okay, window draw line style. Strange I cannot jump to it. This is the type anyway. Why can I not jump to the line style? I still don't know what the thing is. The definition, signature. That should be constructed like this. Actually, like this. Choose blue here. And then here I just draw the blue line. This is called from display coordinate system. Which is called once. Definition, debug output being called here. Holy moly, no line. I am stumped. Why? Long ago I did have a line. Yeah, there's the draw blue line. That worked. And that is what I just reproduced. But okay, this is here we are calling it from not from display coordinate system, but from, well, wherever that was called. Pretty sure that this used to work. I cannot copy it. You gotta be kidding me. Control C, does that work? You cannot impossibly anything wrong with this. This used to draw a line piece. Yes. We have our visual line. No. Now I'm going to move that code into the function. That doesn't work. So I can leave this. So this works, and it uses only layer, I think. And layer we are pass layer here. So let's say, no, I can do one more test actually. Let's do it before we call display coordinate system. Maybe the display coordinate system erases my line for some reason. I would have no idea how it would do that, but nope, it doesn't. Thank God. So this draws the line, and I'm going to move this inside the display coordinate system function. So we do this now at the top, and the layer was passed as the first argument, so it's still called layer. This should be no change whatsoever. Well, we don't know what line is anymore, but I'm using line Cairo in the draw line. So maybe that's the bug. So we put it there, it's still pretty much at the top. I expect this to be exactly the same as before, but apparently it's not. Redefinition of blue line. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so I call this the reference that works. I don't know. Let's call this works. It better work. And gone is the line. Wow. Well, interesting. So if we do this right before calling this function, it works, but if we do it inside this function, then it doesn't work anymore. And the only thing I can think of that is a drastic change here. There are three changes. One, our line is now this line, and two, our line style is now this line style. Well, actually more changes. Color is now this color, and layer is now this layer. So there's a lot of changes actually. Yeah, let's move it outside the function again. So we call it here and then it works. Since I have absolutely no idea what is wrong, I'm being extremely paranoid with testing. So I just move it back and I run the exact same code as before, just to be 100% sure, you know, that it indeed shows. Even though it is exactly the same. I thought it was the same, and it probably is the same. And well, at the very least now we are 100% sure that this indeed does draw the line. And let's just replace these types now with something that does no longer depend on the scope. Now, the line that I'm using there should be this. Being paranoid, we even put that in front of it. Now it's totally independent of which scope we are in. And might as well do the line style as well, I think. So the line style becomes this line style. Okay, go in the draw. And the color here is Cairo no color. Yes, I think that's it. In terms of the wait a minute, I think I realize what it is. Yeah, I think I know what it is. The disk was still dropped. It's just I couldn't think of anything, so I started to do stupid stuff. The problem is that that auto is a non-reference. It's just a boolean a boost intrusive pointer. So this is a boost intrusive pointer, and upon destruction of this, the line is erased. That is the reason. So the line is still visible because it's erased here, but they hang here. So the program stops here while this thing is still not destructed. But if we move it inside this function, then this shared pointer is destructed at the moment we leave the function. And that causes the line to be erased. So I need that line to have a longer lifetime. That is the reason. And well, I'm pretty sure now that everything else just works, so I just concentrate on this. So the problem here is that this blue line here it is being drawn, but then immediately destructed and therefore erased again. And yeah, the same holds then for the display line. Yeah, suppose we need an object. I mean, I have a whole thing. I'm gonna have a lot of lines actually, which all needs to be preserved until the end. So let's make a new object called coordinate system and then display a single line. Is that a member function of that object, or shall I just return the line? So here I should return the line. Yeah, I'm not sure yet, but let me return. Oh, this is a shared pointer, it's not a boost intrusive pointer. So it's a standard shared pointer of this type. That is the line, so that is the result. And we're also drawing the result. And then we return the result. And then you can use auto for the display line. So this is a standard shared pointer. This is the x-axis. I'm gonna call it the line. This is the y-axis line. And we need to preserve these things. So I think that I just need an object, coordinate system object. I already have a coordinate system, but this is an enum. Shall I just rename this coordinate system to CS? Is that too dirty? The other the other coordinate system, I could put that in a namespace, like draw. I'm not gonna hijack that, but theoretically it should go there, I suppose. Everything that's being drawn is in that namespace. Yeah. That namespace belongs to the Cairo window. Well, this Cairo in the draw. I could make a new namespace just called just draw, but well, I already defined the draw as well in global namespace here. I think I can rename this to probably to no, I cannot rename it to CS because then you get CS here. So I could rename this to lowercase CS and this uppercase CS, and then we can create an object called coordinate system. Okay, let's do that. CS is not something that happens a lot, I think, in a word. Certainly not in with two capitals. I expect this to be 100% meaning a coordinate system. I'm less sure about lowercase CS. But as CS as a separated word, so you already have lowercase CS's. I don't think I have these things that you see here now also as uppercase CS. So that won't give a collision, shouldn't? Yeah. Okay, so we can do a file-wide replacement of capital CS to lowercase CS. And then do a file-wide replacement of coordinate system, which of course not. Oh yeah, actually it is coordinate system. Let's replace that to CS, so that's then the enum. And what I like about that is then, now I'm at it, I might as well make this an enum class. Which then means that we have to prefix these three with CS. It's I just like, because then you see more clear that it is a coordinate system. Now I think that for draw this is highly dubious, because I mean you cannot just do a search and replace, because that word is used a lot. But I think that everywhere where I use centered and everywhere where I use pixels, it is going to be this enum. But I checked that anyway. Yeah, see, so it's not the case. Well, it is the case when there is no underscore following it. To a word centered. Yeah, there's definitely, unless maybe it's centered used in a comment. It's called like this. Yeah, here, for example. But that's also not followed by a space. So I want it to be not followed by an underscore, but also not by a dash. And then we are round. Let's do pixels immediately as well. Oh, that's even worse. This is really the word pixels. Here they can be replaced again. This is not a comment. There's also no pixels at the end of the line. Yeah, this must not be replaced. The pixels occurs in comments. Now let me try this. So I want to replace file wide anything but a word character. Yeah, or a minus sign. Followed by centered. And then again, followed by anything but this. With the first character. And then CS centered. And then the second character. So now we have CS in front of every centered. And then I'll do the same thing for pixels. And the draw I'm gonna do partially, probably, by just replacing all draws where less than is in front of it. Then at least I have all the template parameters. Well, most of the template parameters, I think. Let's see if we can do that directly like this. Might as well do just percentage substitute less than draw, followed by either a comma or a larger than, and then replace that with CS draw. Oh, wait a minute, less than, of course. And then the closing thing. Did I put CS in front of those drawers? And well, I'm pretty sure that if it made a replacement where it shouldn't, then it will not compile, and the other way around as well, except when I replaced it accidentally in a comment, because that you would not see that obviously. So I could do a git diff, hopefully. Or I mean, other, oh yeah, this is not good. Here also not. So we have some editing to do. So in the enum, something went wrong. That should not have been replaced, and I don't want this to be there either. Suppose I can just look for a comment followed by the word pixels. Yep, that would be working. Those are all the pixels, and then we had a comment with centered, and that one worked because it was followed by a dash, and then comments with draw in it. That was not replaced, of course, because I only replaced the less than draw. Drawing, draw stuff, draw coordinate system. Yeah, nowhere going to be have a less than in front of it. And the only thing I might have missed now, I think, is comma draw. But it's not there. Okay. So if this compiles, and yeah, it worked. Replacement. They should draw nothing. I can just return a null. So like that, I think. Just a default constructed shared pointer. Hopefully. Okay, so the replacement worked. Now we can create a class coordinate system, because that is now a free word we can use again. So this is a free function. This is probably a member function of coordinate system. Let's make a class coordinate system. Well, this is about a certain coordinate system, so definitely is a template. So the coordinate system of this coordinate system is CS. And it's going to have a public function called display. Which we pass the layer that we want to draw to, that we want to display on. So I call this, I just use display because I don't want to use draw, but we are just going to draw, right? But yeah, draw is being used as I use it as a namespace, I use it as a function name to draw already in Cairo window, but most notably I use it as a coordinate system with from the viewpoint of Qt. Maybe I should have called it paint actually. It's like draw calls that you do inside paint. Yeah, I should have called it paint, I think, instead of draw. Keep renaming stuff, but it's now I realize that that definitely is the better word. And that's going to be rather easy now, because I can just rename CS draw to CS paint, and then I can replace display with the draw, which is better, I think. Wait a minute, the transform is very specific. Might as well add this transform to the object itself. I think we just display on this layer. And that can be a constant. And then, well, I'm going to have a private members. And this is going to exist of a lot of draw, Cairo window draw objects, a lot of lines. I mean, all the tick marks, and also I'm now hesitating in the middle because I suddenly realized that a drawing object that exists of multiple components really should be inherited from multi-region for efficient updating. But yeah, that's a Cairo window thing again. I think we can ignore that. So I don't need any speed here whatsoever. Yeah, I need also text. I think that's called text. Text, Cairo window text. It's not derived from anything, so we just need to store text. Wait a minute, this is class text, this is not class text. Oh, the plot, yeah, okay, so probably we don't have a plot. Plot is like, you know, a graph with an x and a y axis and title and a legend for scientific publications, as it were. We don't have that. I try to avoid using namespace plot. I just have a window and I draw in that. So only use the namespace draw. And the namespace Cairo window for that. So we just have text. This is the plot text. And then the other one of yeah, lines. So we have multiple text things. I'm gonna put this in a vector now. Multiple text objects and lines. And well, this is Cairo window. No, actually. No, it should be draw. It's a drawn text. Do I not have a text in draw then? This is just Cairo window. Plot text. This is the draw text. So a layer region is just a rectangle within which that completes basically the bounding rectangle of the text. So if that part gets dirtied and we have to then we'll intersect that with this layer region and then find that we need to redraw the text. But if you have something that is existing of a lot of different components and you just use the bounding rectangle, then you have to redraw the whole thing all the time. So the coordinate system is pretty much filling the whole window, right? So we don't want to use a single layer region for that. Rather, I have a layer region around one axis and then another one around the other axis. I think this should work now anyway. And now we don't have any updating, like I said. See if we can get rid of draw, the other draw. Then I can just do it at the top of this file using Cairo window draw, and then I can just use line and text here. It's very tricky. Probably defined my own line already somewhere. In most functions I do this anyway, so it might not be that bad of an idea to do this at the top of the file. But that would be for a line. I want to get rid of draw as well. Anyway, this is going to keep alive. Well, this is going to... The idea is that this is going to keep alive the shared pointers to these objects. Now we can make the display the from CS, and is that, what is that? From CS is in the end passing a transform here. Yeah, well, I might as well call that CS. In terms of the transform, this transform transforms this coordinate system, so from this coordinate system to pixels. But it represents the coordinate system, and the coordinate system itself just has, well, the tag which coordinate system it is. Now we don't have much in common here with the transform. Although I said I was going to store this transform as a member as well. So I'm storing that transform here as a member. And that then is just the CS. So the transform from this coordinate system to the pixel coordinate system. Yeah, kind of encapsulates what the CS then is. How should we call this? I'm gonna call this a reference transform. A transform describing or defining this coordinate system. More like the. Provided you know what pixels is. Well, we do, because pixels are just the window. It's the window coordinate system. So these are lines that the coordinate system is made up from of I don't know, man. But yeah, hopefully this is clear enough. So let's make a constructor. The constructor gets a transform. No actual. To droid. So I suppose I could immediately draw it, but at the moment you call this constructor, it's already done. Well, then I would have to pass a little layer as well. But in terms of lifetime, you know, you want to have this object already somewhere created at the moment that the lifetime starts. Maybe you're not ready immediately to. Well, that's not true. I mean, as soon as the transform can be passed, now I cannot construct this thing before I know the transform, and I still need to keep it alive till the end of the program, otherwise my lines get erased again. Hey, Kotaro. Maybe I should have a default constructible coordinate system and then pass a transform later. But if that's the case, then I guess I'll automatically run into a lifetime / initialization problem. For now, I'll just try to immediately construct it like this. Keep the display separate. I don't know yet. There's multiple ways to do this, I suppose. Okay, so now here we have display. This function is now a member function of coordinate system. Coordinate system display, where the layer needs to be passed and the transform is part of the object. I just printed this pointer, so I can recognize which object it is, and then in the constructor here we print also that this pointer. So entering, and then this is constructor. Oh. And then here we have the transform being printed and the disk pointer. So I can match the disk pointers, and then in this line I see the disk pointer, and then I can find back this debug output with the same disk pointer, and then I still know what that transform is, because that wasn't printed before. So we now have also here we enter and we know what the transform is, if you get what I mean. The big difference being that now we can keep every line that we draw alive by adding them to this. So this returns a shared pointer, and really I just want to keep that alive. So this is going to be lines dot push back or and place back. Let's use and place back. Saves one atomic reference count increment. And you have another because display line returns a shared pointer to a line, and then we can put that in the lines vector. So here now I need to make an object called coordinate system, and that object is then immediately kept alive. It's just we constructed here and is destructed here, but we wait here. Therefore, that object is now kept alive, including every text and line that it draws. So it's already solved. Then I just make the coordinate system object, and the type of the thing must be this is about the draw coordinate system. I suppose I can call that a draw coordinate system. I don't think I already used this kind of construction, no. And we must pass the transform to it. So this won't compile unless this draw matches that draw. And then we display it here. No member name text. Well, that's just a missing header. Get over it. What is it going to be called? Okay, new text. Draw text. It's coming, Koto. Unknown type name coordinate system. That you name Qt coordinate system. Now, do you see it? I don't. Class. Oh, it's a template class. Yeah, I should use the same template as there. Oops, yes, then. Forgot to change that. It's not a template parameter of the class. And then all these things get extra complicated because I want to print it. Well, maybe not that complicated. I can just use utils toString. CS. Printing types is harder, I think. Well, harder. I just my memory just can't wrap itself around it. It seems. There. Does not match any declaration. There's a const missing. It's not const because we add to the lines. I think, yeah, it feels a bit weird, but no, I don't know. I can make it const and then make these things immutable, but it's not really, well, no. What about a redisplay? If I call display twice, then we end up with 2 lines at the same place. And I'll never know about it. I think display should be called only once. And if that is the case, then I might as well make it const and these mutable. Then add an assert that the first time we call it, it's still empty. Or I can have the constructor do it. Because now we're really talking about a one-time thing. Create coordinate system, bang, draw it immediately. Nah, I don't want to do that. It just feels wrong. But on the other hand, drawing it, I want to be able to redraw it as well then. So I should have, let's say, if I want to draw the same coordinate system multiple times, I cannot imagine I would ever want to do that, but hey. Then you need multiple objects. And if you reuse the same object, then it is probably a mistake, or you want to move the coordinate system. So it was displayed, and now you want to display it somewhere else. Now, in this particular application, I'm not doing any updates, so it's very, very unlikely I want to move a coordinate system. So I think I'm going to go for the option that calling display more than once is just an error. So let's add an assert here, saying call display only once. And we detect that by asserting that, lines is empty. That should be enough. Because it's definitely drawing lines. So now this will avoid getting duplicate lines, which are drawn on top of each other, so I wouldn't even see it. And it does open a path, I think, or it makes it reasonable to make these mutable. So that would say, like, you can create the coordinate system, and then you can, then it is not initialized. It's not even used. I mean, this is initialized, but these are empty. Nothing is drawn. It's completely useless. So you can see it as a necessary initialization of that object after the construction to call display. But yeah, then again, but we just created the object, so it's definitely not const, is it? I could create it const, of course, which then would allow us still to call display on it, but only once. and then maybe other stuff is not allowed. But if I created const, it's always every object is going to be constant. I mean, the difference between const and non-const is more interesting if you create an object that is non-const, and then maybe pass it to a function which takes a const reference, and then that function is not allowed to call member functions like display because now it's const. Makes more sense maybe. I think yeah, I mean, I'm just rambling, but I think I came to the conclusion that display is better served by not being const. Use of undeclared identifier from CS. Yeah, I renamed that one. I don't have from CS anymore. It is just should be CS, the coordinate system. Oops. I don't have another one. Not there. Known identifier CS transform pixels. Did you mean centered transform pixels? That's a transform. It's now called a reference transform. Use of undeclared identifier draw. Did you mean Cairo in the draw? Totally not. Okay, Cairo woke up, wake up, woke up. Wake up? No. Yeah, just wake up. That's coming, the red cross. So it goes through the correct point, and indeed it goes from here to there, like I more or less pointed out before by reading the debug output. But it doesn't look like a coordinate system because this line should have been horizontal and this line should have been vertical. So the directions are completely wrong. No, that was the graphics. Too late. Now I have to fix this direction thing. So let's do a make C tags. Jump to my new display. Here we figure out the direction. So this direction here is created from a point. Oh yeah, I think I get it. This is +1. The direction would be calculated as +1, right? This is there, I think. No, there. So if this is the origin, and let's say I draw the x coordinate, and this distance from the center to the top is 1. So then from here to there is 1. More or less. Yeah, there. This distance, this distance. So here is 0, 1. And then it should draw a line through the origin and 0, 1. That's then the direction is horizontal. But I think I accidentally use the origin of the window. So it draws a line in this direction, going from this origin through that point. And then you get this direction. And the other one is thus here. This is 0, 1. And then it draws a line from here to there. Then you get this direction. This is the y-axis and this is the x-axis. And the directions are wrong because it's using the pixel origin instead of the draw origin. And that is easy to fix because if I pass just one point, it's using the coordinates of that point and the origin in the current coordinate system, which is pixels. So I convert, math point is in pixels, so in pixel coordinates. And then we pass pixels to direction, therefore it uses the pixels coordinate. But I want to use the origin of the draw, or well, CS in this case. We want to use the CS origin in pixel coordinates. So that would be the CS origin in pixels. So if I pass 2 points, then I think it's going to figure out a direction using those 2 points. That should work. Let's see, math direction, does that not take 2 points as well? Yeah, from 2. So if you just pass 1 point, then the first point uses the origin of the current coordinate system, but it's the wrong one. So we need to pass the origin as the first argument, and then the second one is still 2. And there is no matching thing because my CS origin pixels is not a math point. I need to use origin, I think. CS origin X and Y, yeah, it's just origin. So we need to draw a line through the origin and the point is at 1, 0 and through the origin. And P is 0, 1. Yay, we have the draw coordinate system, and now I'm going to rename it to the paint because that's way better. So I want to rename this to paint. Coordinates used during a Qt paint call. Well, a draw call in paint rather, but a draw call inside paint. Okay, now I'm doubting again because the whole point actually was that you can set a transform while in paint. So you enter paint and then we set a transform and then we do a draw call. And then maybe we change the transform again and do another draw call. So maybe paint is not the best word, but I think that, let's say, if you would say, well, we have only one paint function, so up on entering the paint function, we have a certain transform, or a certain coordinate system, I should say. And I want to call that the paint coordinate system. That doesn't make much sense because Qt calls that the item coordinate system. So at the moment that you paint is a member function of an item. So at the moment that you enter paint, you are in the item coordinate system. And then you can apply a transform and then do a draw. You draw something. So I'm free, I think, to call that the paint coordinate system because I don't like to use draw. But then again, paint is a bit unclear as well. You might think that it is, same then as the item coordinate system. I'm gonna ask the AI, the LLM rather. It has a thing with words. So in Qt, at the moment, one enters a paint function. The current coordinate system is called the item coordinate system. Is that correct? Mostly yes. If you mean QGraphics item paint, I do. When Qt calls QGraphics paint, the QPainter you receive is set up so you should draw, So you should draw in the item's local coordinate system. Yeah, okay. Qt has already composed the necessary transforms, blah blah blah. 2 clarifications. The option exposed rectangle you get is in item coordinates. If you inspect transforms, item scene transform maps item to scene. It's going to map scene to device. Together they map your local drawing to the viewport. You normally don't need to touch these inside paint. I think I'm correct as so. I was indeed talking about QGraphics Paint. Now, inside Paint, I can change the transform by changing setting the transform that is returned by trying to remember where the hell I documented it. Isn't it like documented it in Paint itself. So it must be board item. Here's Paint. Yes, here it is. To do. So it's just a transform on the current object, which is the item, right? Test rectangles derived from QGraphics item. How the hell do you write convenient? Like that. Other suggests ik. But suggestions. Whoa. Inside graphics item paint, don't change graphics item transform. Didn't know how to change it anyway, but it returns something. That's the item to parent transform. Geometry. What is the parent then? Choosing it during paint won't affect the already configured GUI painter. For per draw tweaks, change the painter's transform. Painter save. Transform ops. Transform operations. Draw. Painter restore. But then what would that change? Wouldn't that change the item coordinate system then, temporarily? If you really have to change if you do like this, definitely the way the painter transform. I'm so going to call it the painter coordinate system then. So it suggests painter. Ah, fuck. Good. Painter coordinates, painter scope, painter, painter, again painter, again painter. Yeah, painter it is. But no, I don't understand the difference between the painter system 0 and the item space. So isn't PS0 the same as IS? Yes, by contract on entry to paint, the painter set up to use the item's local coordinates. In other words, PS0, the current painter space at entry, is the item space. The painter, what was this? I don't know what the M stands for. It didn't tell me either, right? CTM. The coordinates defined by the parent's current transform. Matrix maybe? CTM current transform matrix, I think. Oh, here it says current transformation matrix. Okay. The term you want already exists in 2D graphics literature, the current painter coordinate system. In other words, the space defined by the painter's current transformation matrix. The instant you issue a draw call. Yeah. Right. How you name things is extremely important. Well, normally it is very important, but when you have to deal with coordinate system transformations, I learned that already during my Second Life scripting career. It is extremely important. You really need to get every name correct. So I am going to rename this again. So this is what becomes painter. Painter, the space defined by the painter's current transformation matrix at the instant you issue a draw call. This is the coordinate system with origin in the middle of the window, vertically running from -1 to 1. I don't know, running is not the right word here, I think, but... Okay, now I'm inverting stuff. Maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I do, just for sake of demonstration, as you get what I mean. 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, the current problem is about renaming. So we have a draw, but it is now an enum class, so it should be rather easy to do that. I think I just refer absolutely everywhere to do it with CS draw, except in few comments, which now must be changed as well then. So I did a search for comments somewhere, yeah, comments with draw in it. See how overloaded it is. Amazing, yeah. So this becomes now the painter coordinate system. And here again, painter coordinate system, and apparently also capital D needs to be investigated. And we are going to the top. So the rest is then CS colon draw, which is now CS colon painter. And then I had draw with a capital D. Draw the X and Y axis. So yeah, this is the painter origin. Oh, and then yeah, the underscore draw and draw underscore. Painter origin. Painter origin. Painter. I've got so many typos, I should put it in my mouse. Painter 1, 2, 3, 4. Painter. Okay. Painter origin. Painter origin. Or not. Painter origin. And to the top. It's the only one that survives. Well. And then underscore draw. Underscore draw, underscore draw. That's the only ones. Well, I can do that manually as well then. Painter. And painter. And then draw underscore. Yep, all of these. Painter underscore. Painter. This word is a pain. It still works. The renaming was successful. Maybe I should commit it. This is a lot of diffs again. Yeah, well, a lot of changes, but the most important ones, I think, is the whole introduction of the class coordinate system. Git commit -a, add coordinate system. Renamed enum coordinate system to enum class CS. Renamed draw to painter. I don't know, probably other stuff. Now, coordinate system is still not finished. We need tick marks on it. So a recurring problem, I think. Well, I solved that inside Cairo window as well, for the, obviously, the tick marks of the plot. How, but can I get to that code? I'm not sure, because that works for plots. But okay, so the question is, of course, where to put tick marks, because you don't have a million of them, and you also don't have only one. To get a reasonable amount of tick marks, yeah, I think I have to find back the code that is doing that inside the Cairo window plot. How is that going to be called? I guess it's going to be called something with tick in it. GSX tick, maybe. Yeah, Cairo window plot tick. So this would be in the and here ticks. Yeah, even better. This also looks like a search. A line from draw K ticks perpendicular to the line, blah blah blah. Yeah. There's a lot of talk about ticks, I'm afraid. They are called more ticks than tick. Let's first search for ticks as a word. And still I have 1, 2, 3 files to look at. Well, this is just a header that defines stuff, although, what is this? This just returns ticks, this sets ticks, and this defines ticks, so that is totally not interesting. And this is also just a declaration. So really, the word ticks itself is, and this is not related to Cairo window. It's just this file here. Plot area. The plot area draw axis. Draw a line from x1, y1 to x2, y2, and draw k ticks perpendicular to that line, pointing clockwise. Yeah, but this is Cairo level stuff. Maybe this is more what I want. Calculate range ticks. I think that gets to the gist of it. No documentation. I guess that returns the number of ticks that you want to have in that range. Set range. This is also interesting. Let's say which axis it is and where we go from, so the minimum and the maximum. And then, yeah, tick sounds like I already know how many ticks I want to have. But that was maybe calculated by the previous function then. And this then calls set ticks. So ticks only stores how many ticks are. Yeah. I guess. So just the number of ticks for a given axis. That's very boring. Yeah, this thing also has a vector for lines. This thing is properly derived from multi-region also. Two regions on layer. This is also a namespace doors, nothing to do with plot. Maybe I can just use a grid, actually. Draw a grid. Instead of doing my own coordinate system. Eek. Draws two axes. The geometry pass to the constructor. If I can turn that off, so don't draw it, or put that just outside the window. I think this geometry should be, let's say, the window in my case, and then I don't want to draw the rectangle. But this whole thing isn't even drawing anything. Oh, actually, well, yeah, problem is that this code is assuming that that geometry rectangle isn't rotated. And in my case it is. Yeah, and place back the tick marks. That would be damn nice if we could use this. I don't think it's drawing the geometry, it's just using it to limit, for the limit. So it's just set the geometry to the size of the window, and then that's where it limits the axis. Mm-hmm. pretty much. I think I should use grid at the very least. That is then a member of plot area, so maybe I should use plot area instead. Let's see if that works for me. Plot area, also part of draw. These are the two axes, I think. No, it literally says axis. Yeah, so this is the grid I needed, and that's here. We have a tick length, and this says draw the grid or not, which I probably don't want to draw, but maybe I want to. So, there is a problem though. I'm pretty sure this whole code really does not take into account that the thing that I want to draw is rotated. Possibly rotated. Which means I cannot use it. I don't know what that is called. It's part of plot itself. No, I can't use that. That's too much. Could duplicate this code and then apply the transformation just before the call to the place back here. I think these are then in the coordinate system coordinates, and then we need to transform in the middle here, and then we can draw it. That should work. So I could have a grid and then do everything except the call to draw regions. And the call to draw axis, I suppose. That is then also not, should also not work. But I'm already drawing that anyway. But this is just drawing it. Calculate range text, geometry. Okay, I think there's I could make a plot area. Yeah, it is derived from multi-region. Draw regions on is virtual. Awesome. Can can I overload that? Oh yeah. Set line style, set fill color, stroke. None of these are allowed to be called then, not before we do the transform. But probably these are being called eventually. Let's see. It's just using color, line width, color. It's return stuff though. Stroke. This one also. Region. Tja. Problem is that this thing draws, and I can only draw in pixel coordinates. But if I use pixel coordinates for the plot area, then it's not going to be rotated. And if I don't use pixel coordinates, then yeah, I don't even want to. Well, it makes no sense to derive it from multi-region unless I can change, intercept, whatever, every function that calls member functions of multi-region. Because multi-region itself only stores stuff that we can reuse, the color and the line width. And this we can overload. And then stuff like this, where is that called from? I suppose that this is called from the overloaded door regions on, so it should work. It should be usable. Let me see what stroke is being called from then. As an example, that would be one of these then. Yeah, that is the plot area draw regions on, which is the virtual function. So I have to replace this virtual function, and then we can use it, I think. Okay, let me try that. So we derive from plot area. It's a Cairo window plot area. And that would be my coordinate system. So this is going to be deriving from Cairo window draw plot area. I have to pass a geometry, however. Which will require quite some calculations before you can pass that. And you have to pass a plot area style. What the hell that is? It's a color, okay, like that. Yeah. That's just a style. I guess I'm going to pass a geometry equal to the window. So this is the pixel coordinates, and the rest deals with the CS coordinate system. Well, CS is abbreviation for coordinate system. The coordinate system, not my coordinate system class is representing. So this rectangle then is fixed because I have okay, window rectangle, that will be this one. Because my window size is hard-coded, more or less. Yeah, that would be those. No, that's a geometry. The geometry is the first one that we have to pass. So I need to construct a geometry here. And I want to use the window geometry. So 0, 0, window width, window height. And the second one is the style, and the plot area style. Where do I pass my style to at the moment? I don't pass it at all. This is drawing a line. It's all nice and dandy. Line style. Line style is being passed to this function. Display line. Here it is. And I think its style should be passed by value. Normally, nah. Maybe, I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Create a temporary here, and then if you do it by value, you can remove the line style. So it's kind of nice, but I don't know. Maybe it's also nice to see what it is. Good, so we give this thing now a base class, plot area. And in order to construct the thing, we need to pass a plot area style. From wherever this thing is constructed. Seems unlikely I can print that like that. Oh. Don't know how I do that elsewhere. If it doesn't compile, I'll have to look that up. Okay, so constructed. Going to pause something like this. But not being a line style, it is a plot area style, which has an axis color and an axis line width. As well as a grid style. Well, what is a grid style? That's the grid. Okay, so we want no grid. Let's just do it transparent. Not even going to pause that. See what I broke all. Hey! Plot area. Never heard of plot area. Draw plot. Boring. Wait, now I renamed my draw. I can probably make this yeah, I don't know. I don't really like using namespaces. In the end, it makes things less clear, I think. On the other hand, you really don't want to have that in front of it. Okay, but it's more like a convention, you know. I have this as well, so I don't know. Shape, style, params, whatever. So that means we do have a list here of all the stuff that we include. In this case, we need to just add that one. But yeah, then you see, it seems that I just have a long list of stuff. And I remember that the only reason I did this was because I couldn't use draw. So I used a CW draw for this one. And then the rest had to be explicit. These are all draw. What is not draw? But I got rid of my enum draw, so I think I can replace this whole thing with think as in, let's comment it out before we change it. Using namespace career window and using namespace career window draw. Throw it all in one heap. Yeah, now window is ambiguous. That is socket. I think that. What's the other window then? Seriously? XID window, the type TIFF. So is this not a defining window as an XID? I think it is. So why would I call that window then? And then here change it into X11 window. So not getting this. But still, no, Pointers has the same problem. I think I can't do that. Yeah, I could rename my point here, but I refuse to do that, obviously. So I just want to define my own point, which means that I cannot drag in the namespaces that define point themselves, which happen to be both Cairo window and the Cairo window draw. So it just is not possible because of the point here. Seriously. And now I think about it, I think Cairo, the coordinate system was also defined in Cairo window. Okay, I back off from this. Let's do it this way then. System. Yeah, plot area style cannot be printed. On one hand, I can hardly imagine that I would write something that debug output cannot be printed on debug output. Printing a line style here, apparently. And here also. Oh no, I don't. This just prints comma style. Strong indicator that we can't print it. But here I am printing line style. So I can print a line style. Draw a line style. Then why is that? And I cannot find it. There was something special with styles. They're defined by a macro, I think. Declare style with base. Oh, right. Macro hell. Use declare style. Declare a new style class. The macro is must already have been defined. Default must use a structure that a consequential member of the same type and name. And it can be printed. It should totally be possible to print them if they are declared by these macros. Oh. No, wait a minute. What? No, I'll choose TSX. That is really weird. I can just declare wrong. Do declare style, but on the other hand it very much looks like a line style, right? Declare style with base line. Do I have that? Yeah, this one. Like style parameter default. Looks very much like that one. Although this one now, this one called it axis instead of color and line width. Nah. So let's not use the base thing then, and just not change too much. But I should use this, I think. Let's use this as an example. And then change that. It is just a base. I don't like that. Let's use one that does not that is not base. Do this one. This one. Circle. That is with base. Yeah, just that one. Oh, I did not define that. A new style. The macro is create window class blah 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 and must already have been defined. Before using it. Need an example. So a define of something that starts with this. Yeah, well, okay. I guess this is just pretty standard, all of them. Do that. Okay, if you derive it, you do first the base class. You don't have a base class. So it's much the same as, I think, the point base. What the hell? Just very much the same as this. Defined for the default parameters. And then I guess here we have repeat of everything. X is color. X is just line width. So it should be written with an I, apparently, because that gets a color. No, not. No, never mind. It gets a color. line width. I don't know why it says -1 there. I think these things are just nonsense. They can be used whatever I want. And yeah, one more. The type is grid style. The name is grid. And this is something that we can use to initialize it. Right. Well, that would be nothing then. Or maybe an empty initializer list. Yeah, let's add this in front of it just with the color. Oh, and that's that are these two. Remember in that one. Yeah, cool. So we can delete this and then we have them. And of course it doesn't work because you can not print it. Error invalid operand, so binary expression grid style. Okay, but then grid style suffers from the same thing. This is not the plot area style. Yep. Yeah, grid style looks very much like derived from line. So I should be able to type line here and then jump to line and then find the style above it. So here's line and then here's the line style, and this is how line is defined. In other words, we can use that as a base. If I see how line is defined, that is. Does the line have all these things? Yeah, that's not derived from line style then, or is it not really? Because this thing has way more than line color and line width. Dashes and line cap and everything. Yeah. I only have these two. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So I want to declare this in the same way as we did the other one, then, as in plot area. Just copying everything and then paste that in front of grid, and then we replace plot area area with grid. And then you have no grid, you have a color, transparent. Just copying this. And the other one is line width, double line width 1. Same thing here. Color and double line width. That's how you should define styles, mister. Not the way you did it. I broke something though. Grid style dot color no longer works. Dot color. Well, color. It should have a color. Well, maybe it's defining an accessors now instead of having direct access. Jesus. Maybe it puts M underscore in front of it. Yeah, we have accessors now. So I should indeed do that. I'm gonna assume this is then private. Somewhere, maybe even. Protected. Well, good enough. Valid operands to binary expression grid style and grid style. Declare style plot area style params default. Expanded from declare style. Expanded from macro Cairo plot area for each style member. Expanded from macro GUI window plot area for each member. Node expanded from, okay, good. We don't have an unequal for grid style. Reference to non-static member function. That's a different error. Confusing. It shows me grid without stuff, and then I go to it, and it still shows me grid without stuff. Okay, never mind. But that then is a grid, so the color must be removed. Or the parentheses after the color. Not necessary. Actually, I'm talking nonsense. I don't know why that is necessary, but apparently it is necessary. No, can I speed this up? So I see a lot of others, maybe. This is gonna be called that. Access line width, the thing itself, access line width, thing itself, and again, access line width. That was it. And the only one left is the unequal. There is no grid style unequal operator. Which of course is because grid style. Why would this not have an unequal operator then? Yeah, I don't know, it just doesn't. I think it's normally compiler generated, I think, yeah. And in this case, it couldn't generate it because we include No, we don't. It's just a double in the color. There's absolutely nothing special about it. Oh, the undefined magic is what I defined, I think. So an empty an empty color might work, but not the empty grid or whatever we had. I need to put some real nonsense in it. Not related to this error, but still. That is the third argument to that thing. For each style member. Yeah, this is a grid style, you know, like, come on. There must be a base class. It should be a base class, of course. You can't put a grid style in a plot area style as a member. That must be the problem. And this is not undefined enough, I'm afraid. This is just totally defined. That gets the default parameters. Oh, actually, I'm talking about this one. I think I should change this to having grid style as a base. So this must be changed where grid style is defined the correct way, and then use that as a base. Grid style is defined the correct way now. And then how does it work if we have a base? Called that totally, of course. Somewhere I had loads of defines. Scrolled off. I don't know what to look for anymore. Let's use the arc one. So I'm using this as example. And I was working on plot area, right? To this one. So we say arc style is derived from line style. And now I'm going to say plot area style is derived from grid style. Then we use this, and base class becomes the second parameter. And the params default doesn't change, and this one has the base class first. And I did it wrong. The comment hog goes with that one. Oh no, it's not. Declare derived from, okay. And this is then is derived from comment. That should work then. So that is, now it is derived from it, which is much cleaner. And then maybe it works, maybe it still doesn't work, but definitely better. Actually, this must be removed. That's now part of the base class. Oh, I've got one. This one. Loads of errors. No member color in gear window draw plot area style params default. Did you mean simply color? There's no color. Did you mean color maybe? Yeah. I think I'm doing this wrong just here, or no. What am I doing wrong? And then we get the same problem again. There is no line width. Did you mean line width? It's the same error, basically, but then with the line width. I'm doing something wrong. I probably should look at one that is not just derived from a base class, but also has new members. That is, look for something. That ends on a backslash and is not chess. I'm scared for that one. Not grid, not line, not plot area. Shape maybe. Sounds easy enough. There's no base in it, and it has something. Let's see. Compare shape with the thing that is wrong, which is plot area. Let me just copy it. Then I can compare it better. That looks good. Yeah, that's all good. Oh, that's missing. It must be literally derived from, or well, we derived from. So this said the additional members are fill color, position, and shape. New defaults, fill color, position, and shape. Oh, you can override something. Okay, so it derives from the line, and then I override the line color. In terms of the default. Yep. Okay, I'm getting it. Next. Public. Grid style prompts defaults. This defines a color and line width, and then here we define axis color and axis line width. Yeah, I don't. There is no reason to change the defaults. No member named grid. So now it's just directly access color. So this is now, you can just pause it as is, because it's derived from. So be able to pause this takes a grid style, just so we can pause a plot area style, and then it should work. Let's see, here no matching constructor for initialization of plot. Dot grid. We don't have a dot grid anymore. So we just have a directly dot color. I might have to say which type it is then. It is a grid style. Expected haakje sluiten. Okay, this gets boring because it's actually expected haakje openen. Use of undeclared identifier grid style. Did you use a draw grid? You mean a draw grid style? I guess so. Can we get on? And it compiles. Amazing, isn't it? In the meantime, I completely forgot what I was doing. Let's look at the diff here. So we have to use accessors to get members from styles, which is what the first three changes do. And if something is derived from it, you still, well, you just have to pass the base class instead of passing a grid as a member. And yeah, this changes seems to work. Maybe I should quickly try to compile machine learning using this. If that compiles, then apparently it just works. Should probably do that anyway. But I think I should just delete this as well. So here we use the proper macro horror instead of using a struct directly. An accessor again, and this is another macro stuff for the plot area style. And more accessor stuff. Easy enough. Which one has a file open? This one. Okay. Let's open a new tab and go to machine learning. No, the memory pool is not there. I'll probably have to add memory. Git submodule add GitHub Carlo root memory. Nope. Oh, it was a minus sign. I remember that from the last time. And yeah, is that not enough? Holy scroll. Missing template argument list after math cubic polynomial. Template placeholder not parameter in parameter. Or use auto. Guess a new compile version or something. I guess this. I am very confused that it's compiled before and now it doesn't. Well, more that it compiled before, period. No matching function for call to keyeren window. Plop 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 plop. Rectangle. Place a close view. Oh, zip zip zip. Because looks like I'm trying to initialize a grid or something. Maybe, I don't know. There are 5 candidates. We are trying to pass a plot area style there. I think that's what I'm trying to do. And that used to work because it was a struct, but now it's something that needs definition. So I want to open this line and then add this to type. Am I correct? There's another one, probably two. There's twice. No way. No. But. Okay, now I'm confused. Plot, where does the following thing? That takes. Well, which one do we have? Plot area style. Plot title style. What? And only the first one has changed. So you're going to tell me that plot title style is still not using? Why is this highlighted? Styles are not highlighted. Wait a minute. Okay, what will help? C tags. Plot. This is plot. Yeah, now it's not highlighted, but the other one is also not highlighted. So my intuition tells me I just have to tell it that that's the one that I want. Although it's like, you know, already there. I mean, what else could it be trying to construct here? Yeah, I have no idea what this is about, really. Plus, it looks like I'm trying to pass 3 styles, really. See, what is this really? Oh, the whole dot grid thing is wrong. That again. So okay, that was what is changed. So I have to remove this and then tell it that this one is a. I still had it in my mouse buffer. That is the plot area style. Okay, now I'm getting it. But that is the one too. The second argument to plot. Which is always a draw plot style area by value. So I'm really confused why I would have to do that. Let me just remove this, see if that works. No matching function for call to Cairo window plot. Cairo window brace enclosed initialize list. And then that points to this one. That's a confusing thing here. I just don't see the right brace. Yeah, well, it's strange, but I think that some reason that it just doesn't work. Oh, that's because of the designated initializers. Aha. Yeah, never mind it. Maybe it will work if I put 2 braces. the thing is, the plot area style might be a class, but that is constructed from something that takes an initialization using designated initializers, like the dot something. Maybe 2 braces works, but okay, everywhere I'm doing it like this, so let's not change that. Invalid use of template name math cubicle again. Yeah, I think I just changed cubic polynomial from having non-template to a template without ever trying to recompile this. It never compiled this. It's just an update, which means that I have to do that change. Wait a minute, I saw another which did have double. Or that was maybe in one of the submodules. Oops. GUI window. Well, that should be updated. And math too. What? No, GUI window tests. I mean, I'm in machine learning, and now you're telling me that GUI window is not compiling here. What? What? Missing template argument list. Yeah, let's continuing with this. This is inside GUI window. So why am I changing that here? Strange. That would be all these tests. Does the thing not have a default then? Math? Nope. Basically very confused. Tests. See, math itself already has that everywhere. Yeah, I did that because at some point I had a wrapper-ish class, or let's say, I don't know, some other field. Yeah. So you can now do double should be I suppose the default, but you can also pass a custom class that I don't know, some finite field or something like that. Whatever you want to do, have a cubic in. And yeah, everything here is double. There's nothing special about it. So I should just do a monster replacement inside GUI window test. This is a bit much, isn't it? Now it's suddenly not a template. Oh, it's double. And yeah, I already had to change that one. Can't type. Double. Okay, I'm gonna do a search for this again. So we have something with grid is, color is GS. Holy moly, really? Imagine having done that by hand, one by one. Color, 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 color. They only use color. Substitute that thing with the same thing, except that we want to remove this and remove all of this, and want to draw plot area style in front of it, and maybe change the color. So this is let's write this as something like anything but a closing brace any number of times, which then should be the whole color orange thing. And that looks good, doesn't it? Next. Yeah, I relearned how to use macros in the editor like 20 times, and I keep forgetting it. And just can't remember it. Could also have used SED minus I. This way I have a little bit better feeling about what is happening. So, no. Error, invalid use of template name math polynomial without an argument list. That thing suffers from the same problem, I guess. So the question is, how many of those do we have? Followed by anything but that. Also a lot. I had the feeling. Although now slowly I'm starting to feel like maybe I should automate this. Because seriously, shall I just automate it from the command line? First of all, I'm going to Cairo window, tests. And then I can do grep minus L. Polynomial. Well, all of them should be like that. Dot .cxx and dot .h. Oh, okay. Dot .h or maybe .h cxx dot. And then we put that into an x arcs SED minus E. Is that gonna work? Probably. Substitute. Maybe you need an R here as well. I'm not sure. I'm going to screw it up, am I not? But, minus I being in place and stuff. I'm going to rely on Git to check if this worked. And otherwise you have to use restore or something. So I'm going to substitute. I think I can use this. All occurrences of math polynomial with math polynomial. Yeah, I'm just assuming that there is not already a double behind it. So this should work. Then the minus R is not necessary. But hey, no errors. Get diff. No, that worked. Put double behind everything. Yeah, that was slightly faster. We're not done yet. Designated initializers cannot be used with a non-aggregate type. What? I don't want to see that error. Oh damn, it's the last error. This makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, this like literally compiled before 1 billion times. And now you're telling me that it starts to complain. I should have used that apparently, because that's what I'm using here as well. Oh, I see the problem. Yeah, I got it. Hey, Post Bunny. I've got to add parentheses. Grep plot area style followed by a parenthesis, which now happens only in this directory, so we can do the same trick as before. Grab minus L. Me. That gives me all the file names, and then xarc SED minus R, and I'm gonna replace the whole thing because I want to get rid of the spaces as well. The problem here is that I'm not sure if I have to escape whatever I'm using here. Let's say anything but a space, or yeah, so with the minus R I might or might not have to escape my parentheses. Let's guess not. And then here I use anything but a space or a closing brace. That would be the color. And then let's replace that with the same thing, but parentheses and that and dot color is \1. What did I just type? \1. Brace close. This should work. Yes. Unfortunately, it didn't. Oh, I completely effed this up. S too much. Hopefully it did nothing. So to replace that with this. Now it looks good. And valid content. Okay, so probably we do have to escape the parentheses. Let's put a backslash in front of this. Oh boy. Okay, did it change anything so far? I don't think it touched anything, and it's still looking like that, the wrong way. This one looks good. This one. And this one looks almost good. Maybe I did already do that one manually or something. Okay, mon SED. Backslash. No, that's a position. With corresponding sub-expressions. Yeah, and how do I tell it to sub-expressions? Sub-expressions. One of your cursor ones. Damn it. Let's remove the R. No, that worked. Git diff. Yep, so now it looks good. And there is still a math polynomial left. Thought I changed all of those already. Oh. No. Not all of them. In tests. I did all of them in tests, so not here. Which is not in tests. // gradient descent 2 does not exist. Actually, that is in tests as well. I should have gone. I should have done it recursively. Maybe there's nothing else. The rest is inside here. So you should be able to just repeat the last SED. This one. It'd be bold and remove the R here as well, because this worked last time. Yeah, see, it still works. The minus R did nothing. Valid use of template name without argument list. There's still left. Where is it left? And this without that. Holy, what? Oh, this is a cubic polynomial. But I said without. No, I did not say without. Without. In back to tests. And then I'm just going to do those manually. This one and those. Double. Blip. Make. Oh, this was the blanco lines. Valid use of temp again. You gotta be kidding me. I think this is just not part of my search. The GS does not find it. It's unbelievable. You keep coming. This is .h. How can I have missed that on? Find .h. So then was that the last one, or I'm doing my search wrong? It's not the last one. Dit is a .h. Huh? Yeah. Find, type file name start.h, execute, print. Let's print the whole thing. And then we have quadratic. Oh, wait a minute. I'm looking for quadratic. Now we're talking about cubic. Yep. Let's change the cubic, and then we have a double apparently. Loads of doubles. Suppose that did not work. Oh. Did the wrong substitution. What is this one? Do we have to escape that? Too much. Compile time is long, or is this what is this? Every time it waits a minute at the end. What is now going on? I have an undefined reference, not linking with memory, I guess. There's only one, so what? Anyone who includes this. So grep include something memory slash dot. That's not much. And this is from events that should already have been fixed. This is from utils that should also already have been fixed. And plus it's commented out. So what was it talking about? It was actually talking about event server. Oh. So event is not fixed. Well, it is weird. Let's put it that way. But. Yeah. So anyone who links with events now also must link with memory. Wow. Events meaning AICXX dot double colon which is in fact only in events itself. I have so no clue what this was complaining about. Undefined reference to where? Where? Yeah, CXX, yeah. Gradient descent CXX. In function and so on. That's Cairo window test. So then what is that thing doing? Yeah, but still, that seems that this should have also linked with memory. Do I have an events test suite? No, I have to look in that afterwards, as in right now. New tab. Today AI CXX. Event sensor does not exist. That explains it. Or it is part of events itself. The test suite. Nothing events here. Nope. Yeah, it's part of events itself, I think. But then when the hell is that compiled? Tests. Is that a target? Yep, undefined shit. Totally need to link with memory as well now. Let's do that. AI CXX memory. That works. And the other one was what? Who knows? Let's try it again. Oh god, now it's complaining about something else. Really? True has not been declared. How many of those will we see? That's going to be horribly painful. Oh, only one? You gotta be kidding me. We have lived off. And anything to test, like test. So let's go to Cairo, no. Tests. So Cairo window, for example. No, that works. And then one with closing is no longer possible. Then one with some interaction, the Bezier something, cubic Bezier 2. And of course that is one that is not interactive. This is interactive. Well, okay. I think everything works just fine by the looks of it. Nothing to see. I don't want to know it. Yeah, it's more like fixed for the submodule updates that I made. Machine learning compiles again, yeah. guess you can delete this then. So now, did I just push it? God, really? Yeah, I must have pushed it. And then we see that we have commits in Cairo window that I didn't commit yet. You have to be kidding me. You have to be kidding me. Oh no, it's just a new commit. Those were pushed. Yeah. There's nothing to see. Okay. But math, there's changes in math. Oh, that was just the printing. Okay, that's not going to be super important. Allow printing math line. So too dark again. Hey, Mr. Superman. That was a while ago, I think. Maybe you are delayed. It's many minutes ago that I said it. Get status. Let's push that as well. Yeah, I'm working on this, so not commit that yet. Deriving coordinate system from the draw plot area. It's almost nothing anyway. I think the conclusion is that the changes that I made with respect to the plot area style are working, because it's even the machine learning stuff that was before the only other project that was using Cairo window compiles. After a lot of changes, you have to admit that though. I think I'm going to eat. It's a nice moment to go eat. Yeah. So I want to use this, and the problem is that we have to use it, we have to feed it CS coordinates and then do a conversion before it prints. So we can't use one of the virtual functions that it has. So we can just overload that function, and then yeah, well, still have to find out how to feed it the coordinates that we want to print. What am I feeding it at the moment? Just the geometry and the style. So stuff has to be called, I suppose. I'll do that after I ate and probably watch a movie or something. Poo-poo. Okay, thank you for keeping me company, peoples, including Superman, who just joined, but